Good afternoon, everybody. We got about 5 minutes here before the official start of the show. Hope everybody's having a wonderful weekend so far. Again, doubling down this weekend. If you guys don't know, be here again tomorrow. So a little later on, we're going to find out if you guys want to start this show tomorrow a little earlier in the day. I figured we'd do a little evening show today, go on into the dark, give you guys some sunset, and go from there. The only problem we're having is how backlit everything is. So it's not us. YouTube has done something really, really weird. I don't know what YouTube has done, but even Mrs. Carolina's name has changed. A lot of names have changed. I know YouTube's been doing some weird updates and changes. So if your name isn't the same, it has nothing to do with us. That is a YouTube issue and not us. So you guys catch us, we start now. It's a little on the slow side, excuse me, words are hard for me at the moment. So we start this show a little on the slow side here. Should have put in the description, hashtag HubLife, as you guys know, anytime we come here, things are a little bit different. Get a big rush, and then nothing for a few minutes, and then a big rush, and then nothing for a little bit. So that's the way it is when you're at a hub. Not a whole lot has changed on the runway front, at least not visually, not for me anyway. That ERJ coming off the taxiway there. Yeah, that's weird that it would completely change your name. I don't know what the deal is. It might be using your email, by the way. So if that's your email name, whatever you call it there for your email, that might be where it's coming from. I honestly have no idea what the deal is, but I have heard other streamers talking about it, how their folks' names have changed, and you got to get used to who is who. So it'll be a long learning process again to get to know some of you guys again. Ramona's is the same. Is that your email address? Is your name your email address? I don't understand why it changed some certain people's and some people's it didn't. Yeah. So like that's J. Yeah. I heard some of the Disney streamers talking about it, how they did something and it changed names and stuff. Southwest 737 pushing back. We do have our heavies to arrive here in a little while, but again, right now, not a whole lot. I think we're going to try to stick around for the Munich flight out of here, that A350-900. Whether or not it comes over here because of the wind change, I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. So we did have a direction change before we started. Ah, there we go. All right, I'm going to put this comment here from our buddy Scott up on the thing, so if you guys are having those issues, you can check it out there. Lynn with good advice as well there, telling you guys how to do it. This is the change that they made. And Lynn telling you how you can do that. I need to move our logo there. It's right over our messages. I thought I would like it right there, but I'm not sure that I actually do. 737 Southwest pulling out. So we started out today, we were hanging out. I've been here since about 9 o'clock. Not up here on the parking garage, but I've been at the airport since about 9 a.m. I got down here early. In wind direction, everybody was coming in from the north, and now everybody coming in from the south, which that's what I wanted for departures this evening. Although it would have been better if we'd have been over on the downtown side, given the lighting. The lighting going to be working against us. Oh, there you go. Miss Carolina did it. Updating her at status. But you can see here a lot of things are going to look a little on the dark side. These departures though. Thank you guys for that update. Lots and lots of info. Again, I didn't know. We've been off the air for a week, so again, I heard a couple of folks talking about it there on some of their streams, how people's names have changed and things have changed around. So gonna be JRDU. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. So we are going to have to change the, we're going to have to change Wi-Fi's at some point. I have about 10% remaining over on one device and a fully loaded device in my hand. So at some point when things are going to drop out, things are going to turn crummy, but we will switch devices and everything will come back to normal. We're working on getting Miss Carolina's working on getting a new thumbnail set for Thursday. If you guys don't know, we're going to be out Thursday morning around 10 a.m. Going to be out at the observation deck there in RDU. Going to do our early morning Thanksgiving special. Probably going to go till about 1 o'clock. Our dinner starts at 3. 12, 1 o'clock, somewhere around there, depending on how busy it is. How rambunctious we all are. So she's been working hard on thumbnails and such. Walking. So yeah, Thanksgiving Day we'll be out here. Not here in Charlotte, but we'll be out in RDU. Hey, that's not the taxiway line. Where are you going? Oh, he's going to the other one. But it is a beautiful day. Again, a lot of backlit departures here, unfortunately. It is the winter time. Yeah, so a lot of people had been asking about, you know, us getting something like that there at the bottom of the screen. If you guys notice, new AirNav updater there at the bottom of the screen. I finally figured out how to do it. It was actually easier than I thought. It took us a lot. We had looked into it a few months ago. I could never figure it out. Finally, with a little help from a buddy of ours, we got everything worked out. From our buddy Pip. So now we can change it to any airport we want to go to. It's not a big deal. It's not hard. But I know some of you guys were wondering about certain arrivals, certain departures. I think I have it set for arrivals only. So that'll cycle through about every 10 seconds. You guys will be able to see who all is on the inbound. I don't know if we'll get any of our 777s over here. We're hoping so. No, I don't know that we've had any heavies. The one that we normally have sitting here from Miami is not here. We've got a couple over at the hangar, I believe, as per usual. Speaking of, there's an A321 getting ready for departure down there at the end. Very hazy here in Charlotte. I got here, I left Raleigh this morning, nice and clear, perfectly clear. It rained last night, but it was very, very, very clear. And then I went, let's see, where did I get to? Got to Salisbury, I think. Man, everything changed. Low cloud ceiling, very cloudy, dreary, dark. I knew today was going to be nice and warm though. High is 78 degrees, 80 degrees according to the old cell phone. There on AirNav it says it's 78 degrees. They didn't have an option to change the time, unfortunately. So they get 777s, Stratotankers. They get the C-130s, C-17s, 767s, and we've got an A350 coming in later from Lufthansa. Hopefully we'll see that departure. We're going to try to stay for that departure. It's due out at 6:50. Give you guys some nighttime plane spotting from Charlotte, something we've never done. We've done some evening plane spotting, but we've never gone into the dark. They almost look like they're flying sideways. Yeah, I would love to see an A350 from Lufthansa at RDU. We've seen it at RDU a couple of times, but never for service. It's always been for Charlotte. Usually a diversion. Look at all the American tails. We went down, went and visited the Sullenberger Museum. Fantastic museum if you guys ever come to Charlotte. Make sure you come over and check that out. I will say though that getting to the Sullenberger Museum is really weird, but a nice and unique experience. They've got the Miracle on the Hudson A320 in there, and a whole video on that landing there in the river. St. Louis. So again, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning, good evening, wherever you guys are joining us from. Welcome to Charlotte. Another wonderful afternoon here. Nice temperatures again, like we were talking about a moment ago. Nice, beautiful day. These departures look fantastic. The arrivals, on the other hand, being as backlit as they are, arrivals a little more difficult. Sunset's going to be beautiful, though. Now this shot right here is over a mile away, or right at a mile. A lot of things in between us and the airplanes. I bought a Christmas present for myself while I was at the Sullenberger Museum. Bought me a 1 and 1/30 scale 737 MAX 8 for American Airlines. They had Gemini jets in there as well, 1 and 200 scale. So if you guys are interested in those as well, they're right as soon as you walk in the door. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I really need to move that out of the way, don't I? Thank you so much, Lenny. I'm going to do it right here on the show. We're going to move it over to the other side. How about that? There we go. Put it over in the opposite corner. That way we can see you guys' messages better. So this A319, I believe, coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. We saw that A321 arrival. We should have Piedmont a little later on. While we were hanging out over at the Sullenberger Museum, that Piedmont A321 making its way over to our side. And departing right in front of us. A great viewing area over there. Again, if you guys have never been there, and if you ever come down to Charlotte, highly recommend it. $25 to get in to do the museum. I told you guys I've been trying to get down here and do it for a long time, and finally this morning I was able to get down there, or get over there, I should say. It's across the way here. So let's see what we got going on. Next arrival is going to be American Airlines coming in from Little Rock. American 3292, an A319. That one traveling in about an hour and 18 minutes. Now again, now that there are more folks here, again, we do have to make a Wi-Fi change here at some point. The stream will act weird. But I'm trying to use up all the data on one of the devices. It's only got about 10% left. I'd like to know how much 10% is. I think we've only done this one other time. So you guys were talking about setting the like goal up. If you guys noticed there at the top of the chat, I did pin a message. 350 likes today. Try to get there. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you haven't already. There's our arrival from Little Rock. We do have a departure coming up. Can't really tell how windy it is, unfortunately. It is a very windy afternoon. They were hollering on the radios, wind gusts of 1.8, and it is coming straight across, straight at our face. But it is kind of hit or miss. So again, that one from Little Rock. these departure shots are difficult. I got to make a hand change and a screen change, a monitor change. There's our A319 coming across the taxiway. 27 minutes. American Airlines from Frankfurt. 737. 777-300, 200. Excuse me. She's right at 29,000 feet. Got more arrivals on the other side than we do on this side at the moment. That last departure headed off to Grand Rapids. American Airlines 1735 off to Grand Rapids, Michigan. So if you guys are new to Charlotte and you wonder why they're turning left as soon as they come off this taxiway instead of coming straight across, again, if you guys are new, and if you're familiar with Atlanta International, then you know at Atlanta they have bypasses at the end of the runway. So they've done that here in Charlotte. So now this plane goes all the way down to the end and below the runway and loops around, so they don't have to cross the runway and slow departure progress. Hey, there we go. Oh, Mad Dog. Delta 717. That one's getting ready for departure. Also, if you guys aren't familiar with Charlotte, so right here, this building here houses Spirit, Frontier, and Southwest. Down at the end, United, Delta, in their own small little terminal down there. Everything else at Charlotte is American. To Munich. Huh, interesting. There goes our 717 once again. So that one will be headed out of here shortly. Whether or not it stays on this side or goes to the other side will be seen. Oh, I should have given you guys a little bit of an update there on the subscriber count, by the way. Trying to reach 7,700. I think we're at 65 something. Hold on. 65.50. $66.47. Did I say 67 or 68 by Thanksgiving? Anyway, we're at 47, trying to get those last 50 in before Thursday as our goal, to get to 6,700 by Thanksgiving. So if you're new and you haven't subscribed, consider doing so. A little special weekend here for us out in Charlotte. Hey, Robbie. 68 likes so far. Make sure you guys smash the like button. Also, 2 free ways to help the channel. rapid fire departure action happening here. We've got an A319 pulling in front of us. Let's stick with the departure. I didn't see him turn in time. Nice looking departure for that one. I gotta find a break here for a second because I've got to turn the cell phone back on. Got an E175 down there departing. Looks like our next arrival is going to be coming from Cleveland, American Airlines 2737, coming out of the west. Here in just a few minutes. We're currently on the downwind. So that last departure off to Indianapolis. American Airlines 2887. That A320. The one we're looking at, the E175 is off to Springfield. Envoy 3711. Ops making a run down the taxiway over here. Nice and flat. What's up, David? American Airlines 705, 18 minutes away. Thank you for the update, Jay. Getting this one off to Springfield. Next arrival hasn't come around just yet. Delta 717 sitting over there. Got one being towed off to another gate or to the hangar. Looks like an A321. Can tell that the hashtag hub life is full. Everybody's in right now. All of these departures will be coming up. All right, our flight from Cleveland now finally making that left-hand turn onto final. Be here in about 2 minutes. It says 3. Tons and tons of American tails out through there. we might have a CRJ or EJ moving out. We've got one pushing back, starting engines. This one right here, off to Atlanta. PSA Airlines, JIA 5055, CRJ 900LR, off to Atlanta for PSA. Frontier on the move. Let's go from the CRJ and head over to Frontier while we wait. Thunder, the Bison. CRJ is just now getting a move on. That is such a cool shot. It almost looks like it's not even moving when it gets to right there. So, again, that one off to Atlanta. Our next arrival is going to be that 737. Speaking of 737s, we got one pushing back here in front of us. Frontier going to the other side for departure. Alright, American Airlines 2737 from Cleveland, Ohio. 1 hour, 3 minutes for the 737-800. Nice smoky touchdown there for the 737-8. That one will go down and turn around. It's one of those afternoons. Everybody's eating that late lunch there, John. Got a Delta coming in over on the other side. We'll see that one come around. They'll make their way around here and head up to the terminal. Well, doesn't look like we're going to get lucky. American Airlines 705 from Frankfurt is going around to the other side. They should have just stayed on this side. I don't know why they did that. We're going to cross right in front of Spirit Airlines right there. If you guys are following along on flight radar. It's going to be an interesting look for Spirit Airlines. Checking out that 777 cutting across in front of them. Have to sleep in the spare room. I could see that. That other 737 making its way over to the other side as well. Looks like we're going to have a lot of departures over on the other side, unfortunately. But again, when it gets really, really busy here in just a few minutes, it's going to get busy. We're going to have plenty to look at. Again, American Airlines 705, sadly, they've gone to the other side, unfortunately. There they are. Look, dang, Spirit, and that's cool. Spirit and that 777 flying together. I don't know if I can turn the camera around and get this for you, but we can sure try. I don't think we can, because I can't pinpoint where I'm at. Well, we try. But the 777 flying just above Spirit Airlines. So maybe there is a chance that we get the 777 over here, because he is flying a whole lot higher than Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines is about to be on final. There goes Frontier. Thunder the Buffalo departing. Our next arrival is American Airlines 1878 coming in from SFO. We also have that Delta 717 sitting out there at the end of the runway. Apart. So maybe we will get lucky and that 777 will come around but I don't understand, because he came from that side over there and cut across. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. There's our SFO flight. An American 1878. Got another A321 pushing back. Holly Grace, good afternoon. Good evening to you there in Amsterdam. Our Delta 717, ready for departure. Trying to keep an eye on that 777. I want to know what they're about to do. Alright, our 717 Delta 2586, they're getting ready to head to Atlanta. So the 717 out of here. It's going to be followed by an A321, it looks like. That's going to be American Airlines 1158 off to Phoenix, Arizona. Sorry, I had a cable snag. Alright, so American off to Phoenix will be up in just a minute. 777's trying to get in line. We're starting to get busy with arrivals. So American off to Phoenix up next. I do believe, though, that 777's going to stay over on the other side. The east side of the airport, unfortunately. I don't know why they didn't just come to the west. They were already on the west side. Yeah, so Delta is the only one in the U.S. that currently flies the 717. Everybody else retired those. So this A321 off to Phoenix. Leaving a bit heavy. Hey, Donald, good afternoon. We can almost see you here in Charlotte. I kid, but there are mountains. You can see the mountains of western North Carolina off in the distance over there. So we look off to the west as we have our next arrival. I gotta zoom back in here on flight radar. American Airlines 2930 coming in from Las Vegas. So this one here from Las Vegas. we had a United arrival over here on Center. Or Frontier, excuse me. Frontier arrival over on Center. Fran the Sea Lion. An empty plane from Las Vegas. Alright, we got another one coming in here on Center. Too bad it's not our 777. Does look like it is Spirit Airlines though. Spirit Airlines coming in from Newark, New Jersey. 777 is coming in behind us. I wish they would have flipped this around. Let that 777 touch down right here in front of us. So parallel landing, so we got another one touching down over on the left. Don't know what the deal is with Spirit anymore, to be honest. One day they are, one day they're not. I don't know what to think about Spirit. Got an American A321 coming across. 777 just about to touch down over on the other side. 77 likes. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys smash the like button. I was a little ambitious today on the like count. Hopefully we can reach 350. We reached 517 last Saturday, or last Sunday. No, I think it was higher than that. No, maybe it was 517. So if you guys haven't smashed the like button, please do so. Where is... Oh, Spirit's going to come right in here in front of us. Into the gate. American Airlines 2226 from Phoenix, Arizona. Our next arrival. Yeah, all ATC's back up and going. I try to make ATC work down here. I didn't want to use the radio, so I was using the cell phone, it was working, but for whatever reason the Bluetooth is way, way too low on our soundboard for some reason. I had it turned up all the way, still couldn't get it to turn up any higher. Hold on. There it is. There's what I'm looking for. Sorry. Sunlight making things a little more difficult. Just trying to find my dot on my polarizer. United Express. It's a wonderful afternoon. Very, very warm here in Charlotte. It's been an absolute beautiful day other than this morning. This morning started out really low clouds, very dark when I got into town. Yeah, so we've got some runways being built here at Charlotte. Runways, taxiways, things like that. Man, the Overlook Park is full. It's where I started my day. As usual, I always come into town, go straight to the Overlook over there, and hang out for a little bit before I head over here to the airport. Be staying like 2 minutes from here, right down the street. American Airlines 2209 coming in from Santa Ana. We'll snag that one after our next arrival. That's going to be 3 hours 55 minutes of flight time for that A321neo. them wet whales. Yeah, we've got the nice weather here in Charlotte. Our arrival touching down over there again from Santa Ana already. My attention's turned to this one. Got Volaris headed back to Guadalajara. It's A320. Couldn't figure out who that was looking at it. No, I didn't have any traffic delays. About a 2.5 hour drive this morning. I left right around 6 a.m. this morning. It was a very wet start to the day. It wasn't raining when I first got going. We got a max 8 coming in from Pittsburgh. I don't know if I'll get the touchdown or not. But a very nice drive down here to Charlotte. Again, about 2.5 hours. Made a couple of small stops on the way down. Stopped for some breakfast. Had to get gas. Hey, Paradox up in Winston-Salem. So again, this one coming in from Pittsburgh, this Max. Looks like American Airlines 2742 off to Chicago. Gonna be our next departure, 737-800. Then we've got Volaris back to Guadalajara. First 737 takeoff from this side. LBT photo. Good afternoon. Oh, we got an arrival here on center, excuse me. You can see how windy it is. It's not terrible like it was last weekend. Last weekend, boy, we struggled so bad with the wind last week at RDU. Absolutely intense. Wind here is decent. Crosswind, it's straight across the runway. Coming right out of the west. Doug Jackson, welcome to Economy. Thank you for joining the memberships. An absolute epic way to help the channel. Thank you guys. Thank you to all of our members. If you guys would like to join the memberships, please feel free. The more the more you guys that are members, the more emojis we can bring to you guys. You guys get a whole host of emojis there at the bottom of the screen. I'm gonna have to start doing some members only shows or videos. Normally I don't like to do that because I like to include everybody. About to have Valaris come into the picture there. So it's in the settings under customize. It's like a handle now or something. So a lot of people were able to change theirs. I don't know if the @ stays with it. Mrs. Carolina is in here, and I don't know if hers changed. I know she changed her handle, what they're calling a handle. So again, Valaris off to Guadalajara. Had a Southwest arrival over on the other side, or over on the far left. Southwest coming from Chicago Midway, Southwest 3528. Got our next departure already ready to go. Looks like an E175 off to Toronto. So the little CRJ off to Toronto, Canada. PSA, CRJ. Yeah, so we get, I think Charlotte gets about 600 flights a day. We're going to start getting busy again where they just start stacking up and lining a bunch of planes up down here before too long. As a matter of fact, if you guys are following along on Flight Radar and you look at the right side, there are planes all up and down. We've got American Airlines 3041 coming in from Punta Cana. 3 hours, 5 minutes for the A321. This one coming in center. You saw the windsock going straight across from the west in that last shot. There it is. Miss Carolina popping that up there. I'll pop up that info for you guys once again. Get a nice close-up shot of Southwest here in a minute. Got American Airlines 2189 off to Madison, Wisconsin. An A319 ready to roll. Again, we'll get a really good close-up of Southwest rolling into their gate. As you saw, we saw Spirit roll into theirs. Southwest is going to be even closer as long as they're on our side. Oh, we got a 777 on final here for center. Hold on, we'll get our arrival here in a second. That one coming in from Miami, our next arrival. Get this one off the ground, we'll head to that 777. This one off to Madison, Wisconsin. Leave that one and head to the 777. Again, the 777 coming in from Miami. I'd like to make this flight one day. Just go to Miami on the 777. So again, that's American Airlines 1528. 777-200ER coming from Miami. 1 hour 32 minutes of flight time for that one. That is a daily flight, I do believe. We see it every time we come down here. Looks like we got Frontier on the move. Frontier 3121 headed off to Houston, Texas. Is this Clark or Griswold? Griswold. getting to be Christmas time. Now we just need Clark. And we'll have Clark Griswold. We did see that at RDU if you guys weren't watching that episode of the show. So Frontier has a bear named Clark and the other one named Griswold. If you guys are familiar with the National Lampoon's movies, Clark Griswold. What is that noise? Sounds like somebody yelling. Can't figure out where it's at either. Somebody downstairs. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. A couple of ERJs coming across here. Uh-oh, we got some gifted memberships. Oh, Doug Jackson gifting out 20 Carolina Aviation memberships. Thank you so much, Doug. Greatly appreciate that. Glad I did not miss it. Thank you so much, Doug. That is absolutely fantastic. And if you guys are getting that gifted membership, congratulations, and you now have access to all of the tail emojis. Gonna be using that American Airlines tail emoji a lot this afternoon. All right, this arrival, American Airlines 1714, coming in from Philadelphia, 1 hour 11 minutes. Again, a huge thank you, Doug. Greatly appreciate that. 20 gifted memberships, and again, congratulations to everybody. I think we'll gift out our last 5 Carolina Aviation memberships on Thursday, Thanksgiving morning. Going to try to start that show around 10 a.m. Going to do that from the observation deck as long as the weather is good. It's supposed to be a little on the chilly side Thanksgiving. If the weather is not great, then obviously we'll be on the parking garage in our normal location, hiding from the weather. So we were trying to get, I think I had said, and somebody here in the chat who watched the show last week can quote me, I think I said 6,800 subscribers by Thursday. So if that is the case, we're 153 away, or we were at the point of the start of today's show. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, please do so. It's free. It's a free way to help the channel, and smash the like button. I was a little ambitious on our like goal today, 350. Please feel free. And feel free to join the memberships if you weren't gifted a membership as well. That also helps keep us on the road and doing shows. So a huge thank you to you guys and to my members. This episode of the show is brought to you by all of you guys. American Airlines 1317 coming in from LaGuardia, 737-800 coming in center. So another center landing. And that's not it. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Parallel landing. Thought I was far enough over. That was a CRJ. 104 likes. So would just like to say that last weekend's show we did smash records. Maybe not the light count, because I don't remember our highest light count, but we did with 9,100 views for last Sunday's show. To Channel Top. So you saw the 777 tail in the way, and now you guys know why I was asking if we had gotten that flight earlier or not, because that tail is typically in our way. American gonna come out. Got another one on final coming here center, and if you guys are following along on flight radar, very, very busy. Got a American 777-300ER coming in from London. 19 minutes out. Fingers crossed we get that one on this side. I have yet to see that 777-300ER. I highly doubt we'll get it, being that it is going to come from the east, but we should be able to see that departure later on this evening. Hopefully it'll leave before dark. We're going to try to stay here for Lufthansa's departure around 6:50. It'll be dark, but we're going to try to make that out happen for you guys. Told you guys we wanted to stay, do a little nighttime plane spotting here in Charlotte. Good afternoon, the class guitar. Alright, we got another arrival here on center. American Airlines 3104 from Miami. Another arrival from Miami. About an hour 34 minutes, 35 minutes for our 737-800. Yeah, so we not here at Charlotte. I think they've had an A340 here a couple of times, but most of the time when Lufthansa flies in here, it's the A350-900. We get the A340 in RDU every now and then. It's supposed to be coming more often come January, if I remember correctly. I think it's January, somebody said. Got an A319 on final. American Airlines 2674 from Boston. 2 hours of flight time for the A319. Gonna land center. I don't think we were this lucky with center arrivals last time we were here. I need to start keeping an eye on that 777. They're about 9 minutes out. They are just to the west of us. Be nice to see them touch down over here, but I highly doubt they will. They'll probably go to the right. Good afternoon. I saw somebody leaving Concord this morning. I feel like it was a Novello. When I was coming in, it was really nice. So I'm traveling, down to Charlotte, and somebody took off kind of parallel. It looks like a 737. Could have been FedEx, though. I don't know what it was. And it was off in the clouds very quickly. Once they got out there or got up in the air, the low cloud ceiling really took over. Couldn't tell who it was. Thank you for joining us. Glad to catch you guys are here with us in Charlotte today. Be here tomorrow as well. So the wind is through center. You can see the windsock there just on the left-hand side of the screen, about to be covered up by that A321. The winds are coming at us right at our face. So it's coming across the runway from the west. Christopher Brown, good afternoon. Motorcycle passing through. I forgot you guys have Allegiant as well. It does look like that 777-300 is going to go to the right. Still watching it. It's not quite there yet. There is that good possibility that 777-300 will go right. John, it forces me to pick either Fahrenheit or Celsius. Unfortunately, I can't do both. I did try. I absolutely did try to do both. All right. Next arrival here, we've got American Airlines coming in from Myrtle Beach. American 1266, another A319. Thank you, Christopher Brown. The $1.99 super chat. Yeah, it is a nice change of scenery. It's glad to be able to bring you guys shows from Charlotte today. So Miles, we've been trying to go out of town at least once a month here for the last couple of months since August. So I figured we'd come back to Charlotte, spend the weekend down here again. We did it back in October. We come down and spent the weekend. I only did one show, however, in October. Figured we'd come down and give you guys something a little bit different. Next weekend again, we'll be back home next week. Thanksgiving morning, we'll be live around 10 a.m. or try to be anyway. Go till 12. Dark anyway to give a real So this past week we came off the air to try and save a little bit of data for the holiday weekend and to do this. We're going to be doing Thanksgiving plus doubling down this weekend. Things should be back to normal the following week. We should be back on our Wednesday shows. I know some of you guys enjoy the nighttime shows, some of you guys don't. Starting in the dark for me is, I don't know. So we do it through our cell phone connection. Speaking of which, I got to keep an eye out. Again, we've got one of our Wi-Fi sources getting ready to die on us here. But I got our second one ready to go. I want to run one completely out before we switch to the next one. Yeah, December, I don't know what we'll do for December. If we'll go anywhere for the month of December. It's usually a very busy month for us. Arrival coming in from Key West. An A319 traveling in an hour and 44 minutes. Our camera does somewhat decent. That's part of the reason why I don't like doing night shows. But again, a lot of folks really do enjoy our night shows regardless. I'd like to get a different camera that's better for nighttime, but also RDU doesn't have a whole lot of lights around, like say in LAX or in Orlando or somewhere that has a highly populated area around the airport. So it does make it a little bit more difficult at night to do shows at RDU. We'll find out how it is here tonight. Again, I've never done a nighttime plane spotting show here. We've done one in Dulles. Dulles it did okay in DC. Not too bad. So we'll see how this evening goes. It'll be our first official nighttime spotting here. So I believe they're on the 18s right now. Hold on. It's been a while since we've been to Charlotte. I've had to look. So you're looking at far side where this one came from. You're looking at 36 left. It's also 18 right. So you're looking at 18 and 36 for your runway numbers here. So you've got, we'll say for 36, since they're on the 36s today, 36 left, 36 center, and 36 right. Can't really see right, but we've got center and left. Right is completely behind us. That's probably where we should have been, but given the wind direction, if you guys have ever been to Charlotte, you know on the parking garage you cannot see anything on the other side when they're in the wind with this wind direction. So that 777 from London landed a little while ago. That 777-300, it should be at its gate. We do have American Airlines 29 at 94 coming in 18 center, or 36 center, excuse me. 737 at MAX 8 from Nassau. Going to be our next arrival. Got a couple more 777s here to go this afternoon. Zoom out and see what we can get here. Looks like our next 777 is going to be coming in from Madrid. Again, a lot of them I feel like are going to go to the right. Again, with the wind direction today, no chance in catching those arrivals. We did have the one from Miami touchdown right in front of us. That one coming off the runway very early. 777 tail right there. That's the one from Miami there. Let's see, what do we got? All right, this one off to Knoxville. Piedmont Airlines, 6077 off to Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah, no KLM here. When we go to Dulles, we see KLM at 777-300. I wish they got a KLM flight here. Really, the only international flight you're going to see that isn't American Airlines is going to be Lufthansa, sadly. So again, if you guys are new here, Charlotte is nothing but American Airlines. That's part of the reason why we don't make it down here that often. But we decided to take a little trip this week and make the effort to bring you guys something a little bit different. I know RDU's got a lot more variety, but RDU is a little bit slower than Charlotte. We've had a lot of action going on here. We've been on the air, what, 2 hours? Hour and 45 minutes. It's been non-stop. So we come here for the action, not necessarily the variety when we come to Charlotte. Is he getting ready to leave to Madrid? It's going to go the other side, it looks like. Got a 777 headed to Madrid here shortly, but possibility it looks like it might be going to the other side. We don't know yet. These 777s are always iffy. Charlotte, there's our 717. We missed that one's arrival a little while ago. We got another Delta 717. That one gonna head to the little terminal over there. It houses what little Delta we get. here on the move. I missed it. Fran the sea lion. So they have Lufthansa and Volaris. So Lufthansa, Volaris. They also have Air Canada. If I missed any, I don't know. Hey, Tony. Yeah, Nim, we decided to come down here and have a Charlotte kind of weekend. Who do we got over here? Is that? Aha, retro. Ramona. The US Airways retro. Yep, they're based out of Denver, Colorado. We should see Piedmont here later on as well. We saw Piedmont Airways earlier this afternoon. Should have another Piedmont. Winds have died down there, looking at the windsock. That quiet period here. We'll have another big rush here in a little bit. So the US Airways retro off to San Francisco. So any of you guys out on the West Coast in the San Francisco area, this one headed your way.
Bridget's coming this way.
Is it? All right. Yep, we've got our flight off to Madrid. That 777-200 headed this way as well for center departure. We'll see that one in just a moment. Be a really good shot of that 777 departure here in just a few minutes. nice. Supposed to be flyover. Man, that really stinks. Yeah, I probably would have been upset. Especially if I would have went up there and set up a show for those two F-15s and then they didn't get off the ground. There's our 777 off to Madrid. You can hear bells every now and then from up here. It's not too often. So they're building another runway over there. So it's going to go between center and left. So they're building taxiways and a whole new runway over there. Not sure when that's going to be completed. So this is American Airlines 748 off to Madrid. Going to be a turn and burn for this 777. Well, turn and simmer. There he goes. Yeah, we don't early in the mornings. Right now we're only de-icing. Right now again it's about 80 degrees, 78. Very warm, almost like springtime weather here in Charlotte. So that 777 off to Madrid. Get a nice long look at it there. Got another Delta arrival. It's going to be another 717. That one coming in from Minneapolis. would love for us to see some snow this year, especially on the weekend. I want to do a snow show on the weekend. We've never been to PTI, and our home airport is RDU. We decided to do a special weekend here in Charlotte. Thank you for joining us, by the way, Single Barrel. Be back kind of to our normal schedule come Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day will be back in RDU until about noon. Gonna start around 10, maybe 1 p.m. At the latest for a little special there for Thanksgiving. So it has been a while since we've seen a 717. We got to go around over on 36 left. American 406 from Dallas, an A321 going around. Way over on the other side. It's about to be right directly in the sunlight. Can't even see it anymore. Got a 777 American Airlines 749 from Madrid, touching down over on 36 right. There's our go around. Now I can finally see it. That one coming in from Dallas decided they couldn't make it. No, unfortunately, I'm a nerd and have to wear glasses. I had a pair of a pair of clip-on sunglasses, and you couldn't even tell I was wearing them. And but the problem with them is I couldn't see. They were what is that? Where it allows you to see through the glare and stuff. So it wasn't allowing me to see my screens. So we don't. I'd like to wear sunglasses again at some point, but being able to see the screen through sunglasses is kind of difficult as well. This is Delta 2070 coming in from Salt Lake City. 3 hours, 12 minutes of flight time. nice if it would they would do us a favor and bring it center. I'd love to see that A350 land center. Then try to capture that A350 departure a little later. It's around 6:15 this evening, or 6:50 this evening, excuse me. Yeah, I wish I could wear contacts. I can't even do that anymore. I've got such a bad astigmatism, they don't stay on my eye. I thought about trying again, but I don't know. See if I can get the eye doctor to give me a test fit, or a test pair. A few years ago, they looked at my eye, and I have a really bad astigmatism, so every time I would blink, the contact would separate away from my eye, causing it to blur, and it became not worth it after that. I wouldn't mind LASIK, but that's expensive. 43,000 feet there on that Lufthansa. He is pretty high, isn't he? So again, this Delta from Salt Lake City. Got American Airlines 992 coming in from Cancun, Mexico. We've got Southwest coming in here in just a minute. So that means we'll have this 737 pushback here in just a moment for Southwest Airlines. We've already got the jetway pushed away. 2 hours, 13 minutes of flight time here for this A321. Again, from Cancun, Mexico. Got another Delta 717, Delta 1097 coming in from Atlanta. It's our next arrival. aircraft, of course, I do like the 717s. We've got United 230 coming in from Newark, New Jersey on final for 3-6 left. That one's still a ways out there. We'll hang out with the Mad Dog for a minute. Technically, they have 4. Soon to officially be 4 runways, but technically they have 4. They have one that they don't use anymore that cuts across. So if you look at Charlotte on the map, Miss Carolina gifting out a membership. That going to Jeff Davis. So right now they're using the 3-6s, 3-6 left, 3-6 center, and a 3-6 right. Three-six left is inbounds only. No departures over there on that side. All inbounds. So we got United touching down over there right now from Newark. We've got Southwest coming in next. Southwest 2748 coming in from BWE. Yeah, well, Eagle, you know, you've been here long enough to know that the A220, one of my favorite aircraft. There's our United 737-700. Southwest up next. Southwest coming in on a 737-8, 1 hour, 3 minutes of flight time. Yeah, I went to the museum for the first time here today. We did that this morning. Legendary, same. I know the feeling. Again, not that I'm against coming to Charlotte by any stretch of the imagination, but that was one of the things about coming to Charlotte, that we didn't do it very often because of the lack of variety. Again, we come here for how busy it is, not necessarily the variety, obviously, but it would be fantastic if Charlotte had the same amount of variety as RDU. Somebody said that RDU is probably one of the most diverse airports in the country with all the different airlines they have. which I don't doubt. As far as the U.S. carriers, we have everybody but Allegiant. As far as major airlines. Ooh, smoky startup out of an A319 over here. Spirit Airlines getting ready to push back as well. We'll see Southwest again in just a minute. Spirit ready for push, that A320. Remember seeing some Allegiant. I remember seeing most of them for sports charters, but I think at some point they did get them at one point. We used to get Bahama Air a couple years ago, like when we started doing the shows, the live shows, we were getting Bahama Air, and now we don't get them anymore either. But look at how many airlines we've gotten in place of Bahama Air, so losing one airline for the gain of like 10. Our 717 came to the gate, right where we can see it. I'll focus on Spirit. Yeah, the sun will be down in about an hour and 2 minutes. Hopefully it'll be a nice sunset for you guys this evening. It's been a while since we've been able to do a sunset show. Yeah, that is one of the reasons I did choose to do live shows at RDU was because of the variety. I knew we didn't have a whole lot of action, but the variety was enough to keep us going. And then of course we didn't expect when I started doing the live shows, we didn't expect the airport to gain as many new airlines as we have over the last couple of years. Yeah, the Delta 767s was a very nice touch. All right, this one off to Houston, Southwest 3528. Got a United pushing back. There's that Delta 717 that came in a moment ago.
Charters. One's going to Enging, one's going to the 757 charters.
Wonder if they'll come out over here, or if they'll probably depart over there on the other side, I would think. We see a lot of special liveries in RDU too. there for a while before we started doing the live shows. I'd be out there trying to snag as many of the special liveries as possible. Lufthansa still 34 minutes out. They've dropped down a little bit, 36,000 feet. No longer cruising at 43,000. Legendary, they seem to be doing that quite a bit, making that San Juan flight very special, bringing in special liveries. Southwest gonna cut it wide. Oh, on the app down there. Again, it's the first time using it. I gotta work things out with it. It should have done it based on the airport, I thought. We'll check it in a couple of days. Well, a couple of days I'll have to change it over to RDU anyway, so we can make those changes. And I don't know if we'll see this one. We might see this one again one more time. To go for a little first officer cam here. I did see that that Bobby's was open. I saw a post from RDU earlier this afternoon about Bobby's being open. Now if airports would cut back on the restrictions and allow folks without a ticket in past TSA, I think that would be nice again. So because it's the triangle area, Raleigh and Durham are close enough together. That's why they name it that. So you look where the airport's at, it's actually directly in the middle of Durham. You drive about a mile and you're in Durham, out on Highway 70. So it's pretty much right in between Raleigh and Durham. Up to 68 on the like count, so that's what, 20 new subscribers today. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you to the new folks. So 516 likes on Sunday's show, and that show crossed over to 9,200 views. So that's our biggest show to date there last week. So we got a departure here. Looks like an E175. It's an ERJ 145. This one off to Malone. Piedmont Airlines. 62 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. Greatly appreciate that. Let's try to at least make our way to 200 today. Ah, the sun is right in my face. United in there, 737 on the move. Ooh. I think we're at, what'd they say? I just saw a video on this the other day. I think it's 25 million. They're trying to double it, so they're trying to get to 50 million. I can't remember. Somebody in the chat will know how many they have. We've got a Spirit Airlines with the masked Neo. So a little variety coming at us here while all the Americans are getting reloaded and ready to ship out. 11.8 million in 2022. That one snuck in on center. So we'll see that in just a moment. Actually, they're going to turn right here. Hold on. I knew I should have stuck with Spirit. Oh no, he's not. He looked like he was about to turn. Got Frontier off to Chicago here in a minute. Frontier 3141. It's going to be our next departure. This one here headed to Kansas City. American Airlines 1615. Yeah, RDU's been growing like crazy over the last few years. That's why they're building a whole nother runway so they can add more on. They're trying to double the amount of passengers within the next 20 years or so, 30 years. Frontier off to Chicago. tables underneath. Looks like we got an A321 arrival. This one coming in from Chicago. American Airlines 2514. Yeah, they seem to be keeping pretty well staffed. A lot of folks, they're going to be bringing in more jobs into the area with this expansion. So plenty more jobs to come there at the airport with the massive expansion. The construction alone creating jobs there around the Triangle area. So the airport's doing a lot of good things for the area, creating jobs, making money, making the economy good for the Triangle. It's got that United sitting down at the end of the runway, ready to go. That ERJ 145 gets out of here. They're headed to Chattanooga, Tennessee. United here off to Denver, United 2171. 737-800. Pushing back now. So we don't see the bird beak as often as we'd like. I would love to see it way more often than we do. So we got a couple more pushing back here. Next arrival over on the other side, American Airlines 3308 coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. An A320. "46 minutes of flight time." Thank you, Mars. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. So again, 46 minutes for the A320 here. Coming in from Music City. Next arrival is going to be American 1779 from Phoenix, Arizona. 3 hours, 11 minutes of flight time from Phoenix. That one getting ready to touch down. Another CRJ ready for departure. Got one landing center. American Airlines 3156 coming in from Louisville. Going to be an A319. Yeah, they leave their transponders on here, unlike RDU where they shut them off as soon as they touch down. Got two on center here. This one coming from Louisville, Kentucky. It's A319. Speaking of data, hopefully we won't be too much longer before we need to change over our Wi-Fi devices. I'm keeping a much closer eye on it right now because I know it'll start slowing down as soon as we run out of our Wi-Fi. Alright, next arrival from LaGuardia, American Airlines 2921. This one is 737-800, arriving center, coming from LaGuardia. dust blowing across the runway. Is this one going to turn around here, or is it going to go down? Gonna turn in. Departure is going to be headed back to San Juan, Puerto Rico. This one, American Airlines 2098 A321-200. There's Lufthansa, little 2-for-1 shot there. Lufthansa crossing down the field. That beautiful A350. What a lucky shot we got right there with the A350 of Lufthansa. Which, if you guys know, that means that it's going to go to the other side, unfortunately. That'll end up going 3-6 right. Trying to wait on this left bank or right bank. There they go. Ran out of cable. We've got a 777 coming around. You guys hear that American 737? There is the American 777 being towed to the gate. Lufthansa nearly directly behind us here. Getting close to 30 minutes here for the actual sunset. Not too much longer. Might have been some thunderstorms off to the east today, it looks like. Saw some storm clouds earlier this afternoon off to the east. Lufthansa on the way. Sadly gonna go around, unfortunately, it looks like. Go to the 3-6 right. This one here coming from St. Louis, American Airlines 2486. I thought there was going to be some thunderstorms today. I know there were certain areas that were predicting thunderstorms, but the clouds just off to the east really look like summertime thunder clouds. American 2838 off to Dallas Fort Worth. This one right here at the end of the runway. It's A321. Couple more headed out. We've got a couple here starting engines just in front of us. Take off our filter and get ready for evening time at plane spotting. Again, we're going to run into the dark. We're going to try to wait on Lufthansa to leave. See how that goes. Our first contour of the day. So we get this departure. This one here, headed off to Montgomery. Piedmont Airlines. ERJ 145. $737-800. American Airlines 994 off to Phoenix, Arizona. another contour headed out as well. Contour up next. Contour off to Clarksburg. ERJ E140 ERJ 145. Got another contour. No, this one, Piedmont. Piedmont off to Roanoke. Hey, Brian, what's up? Good evening to you, Brian. Here we go, the mass departures coming up. This American 3178 off to Chicago. Gonna be a turn and burn for the 737-8. So again, good evening everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna do a little evening plane spotting here in Charlotte. It'll be the first time we've done anything past this point. I don't know that we've ever stayed past dark here in Charlotte. We've been very, very close. So I figured we'd give you guys a little nighttime plane spotting. This one, a very early steep rotation for contour. Rapid fire departures. Here we go. Hey, we got a United Express. Apologies. There we go. That was our changeover there from one Wi-Fi hotspot to another. And I hadn't set up the new cell phone password, so I had to enter in the password on our computer. So thank you guys for being patient. Again, had to get that one-time password off of our new cell phone here that we're using. All right, this one here, off to San Diego. American Airlines 1740, off to San Diego. It's going to be an A321. Ooh, the sunset's going to be fantastic here in Charlotte. Sun's currently hiding behind the clouds. Time of sunset 5:14 this evening. Let's check out that arrival there on the far side. We've got another ERJ up for departure here. This A319 coming in from Detroit. Up to 186 likes. Thank you guys. Hopefully we can get that 14 more before we end the day. Got a couple more hours here before we end the show. Hey, Nelia, good evening to you. Got order 717. This one here, I'll head back to Atlanta, or it could be headed to Detroit. I think we had one from Atlanta and one from Detroit. Check out these clouds. Sun hiding behind the clouds here. We've got about 12 more minutes here for the sunset. So we'll have that in a little bit. I don't know that we've done a sunset segment from Charlotte before. Holy birds. No. Look. Holy birds. Never seen so many birds. I mean, I have, but are y'all interested in seeing the birds? That's not even all of them. Look at them all. They go all the way down through here. Look at all these birds. Birds for days. All right. This arrival right here, coming in from Memphis, Tennessee. It's an A319, traveling an hour and 6 minutes. Perfectly silhouetted. $187 likes. Thank you guys for continuing to smash the like button. 13 likes away from 200. Looks like we got one landing center. It's like American Airlines 1107. From Harrisburg, another A319 arrival. Again, that one coming in closest to us. It's a lot of birds, dude. And here come even more of them. Look. It's like thousands of them. All right, our next arrival off in the distance there, American at 1210 from Cancun, Mexico. That one right there. We'll get to our A319 after this one touches down. So, American at 1210 from Cancun, Mexico. This one here from Harrisburg, American 1107. So, there's lots of dust because of the construction of the new runway. Just like RDU, they're building a whole new runway. You'll see it in the background there. What just departed over there? What was that? I believe that was the Delta 757 departing over behind us. Saw that we had a couple of 757 charters out of here later this evening, and I believe that was one of them. So now you can see there, all of that is for the new runway they're building here. Yeah, they've changed. YouTube is changing a whole lot of things. Seems like. Will we be able to see the sunset? Yes, of course. Alright, getting closer to that time for our sunset segment that a lot of you guys enjoy that we haven't seen in quite a while. American 2477, this one right here, off to St. Louis. 737-800. Dude. All of the... Dude, seriously. Alright. This little roof right here is almost covered in birds. But look. Climbing up the awning. All the ones off to the left of the screen there, still there. Like, there must be thousands of birds. about to push back here in front of us. There's one of our A319s from a moment ago. I know we've got real birds and we've got airplanes. Dude, thousands of them. That's insane. I've seen a lot of birds, but never that many. All right, Delta 717. The old Mad Dog getting out of here. Dodge Charger. All right, let's capture the last couple of minutes here of the sunset. If you guys are new to the channel, we do this in RDU. We watch the last couple of minutes of daylight. Enjoy. Seems like the sun took a little longer to go down here in Charlotte than it does at home. Got another 717 headed out to the end of the runway. That one off to Atlanta or Detroit. Maybe they're the same ones. Maybe these are all the same birds. Like, I know in Dulles you get a lot of them as well. So there's a lot of them here. And they're still coming. Like, more and more of them are flying in. Every time I turn around, there's another little flock of them. Fiery red skies this evening. Wonderful sunset here in Charlotte. Mother Nature putting on a show. We've got Southwest. ready to roll here in front of us. We got another CRJ rolling down the runway here. If you guys are following along on Flight Radar, there's quite the stack up at the end of the runway. Gonna be a lot of departures. This is what we were talking about earlier. All the planes waiting to get out of here. This is one of the reasons we do enjoy Charlotte. This is why we come down here to do this when they have the mad rush out of here. So let's see if we can zoom in a little bit here on Flight Radar, give you guys a little information as they hit the runway. This one headed to Memphis. American Airlines 2552, again off to Memphis, Tennessee. Next departure is off to Mobile. This is Piedmont in a ERJ 145. Off to Alabama. Love that shot right there when they turn immediately to the left after departure. We've got another E145, an ERJ, or is this a CRJ? Another one. Ready to go. Looks like quite a few of them hanging out down there at the end of the runway. So we'll be seeing a lot of them for a minute. No, you're free to go up there and plane spot in RDU usually. You don't have to make a phone call. They do prefer you to fill out the little slip online, but a lot of people don't, because a lot of people aren't going to be there more than 10-20 minutes, depending on what aircraft they're waiting on or what flight they're waiting on. Most people aren't up there for a long period of time. Gonna rapid fire depart these ERJs. Got an A321 ready for departure. All right, this one off to Los Angeles, American Airlines 796. This A321-200 off to Los Angeles. Southwest right now looking like the last one in line, but there are more to come. It's still a long line. None of our 777s are up and ready to go yet. Dude, I swear it looks like they just stopped. Another ERJ 145. All of these headed to all of the smaller airports. Frontier down at the end of the runway. Frontier 2369. Cliff the Mountain Goat headed back to Denver, Colorado. Yes, it is expensive, but sometimes you gotta pay to get the best views. So we do this both here and at home. It's a long time, 91 Gaming, to be waiting. For sure. Charlotte, very, very busy. See Cliff the Mountain Goat at home in RDU. There's Cliff. Cliff's headed to Denver to go be in the mountains. All right, our Delta 717. Is this one headed back to Detroit or Atlanta? This is Delta 3031 off to Delta off to Atlanta. Hey, tip with a $2 super chat. Thank you, sir. Sevens always look like they're so much fun. Absolute straight up departure for the 717. Getting that Mad Dog off to Atlanta. I hope so. We'll see what we get later. Hopefully I'll be able to see it if we do, if they continue to stay on this path. Got another Delta 717 out there at the end of the runway. We've got one headed to Pensacola. That one's already out on the runway. Did that one take off already? No, it's sitting on the runway now. It's another CRJ 900 LR. This one here is headed to Detroit. Delta 1621, 208 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. We almost got a double Mad Dog departure. Make sure you guys smash the like button if you're enjoying today's show. We're going to roll on into the evening and hope that we get the Lufthansa A350 over here. I know it'll be dark, but again, we've never plane spotted Charlotte in complete darkness. So we'll see how that turns out. This one here headed to Pensacola. Second Mad Dog here off to Detroit. Southwest 737, they're also headed off to Denver, Colorado. Southwest 2748, this 737-800 off to Denver. Is an evening push out of Charlotte. All those planes off and out of here. Now we can focus again on arrivals. There haven't been too many. Again, I use the hashtag HubLife. As you guys know, there's a 757 getting ready to depart over on the other side. Let's see if we can swing around and snag this 757. Departure from downtown. You'll see downtown Charlotte. This was a whole lot of work, by the way, to make this turn. There it is. Knew I was going to lose it behind that pole. So that 757 bouncing out, that was one of two of the charters. So there you go, a good look at downtown Charlotte. First shot of the day. Glad I caught that on flight radar. I saw it there moments before its departure. Let's see, what do we got over there right now? Ah, we've got Amazon Air Prime over there. Oh no, that just came in. Never mind. That 767-300 just coming in. CRJ departure. So Delta is off to Atlanta. That's 757. Wish it would have departed over here. Sadly, it did not. Now it's going to be hard for me to see what's going on out there without flight radar. That last departure off to Shreveport, Louisiana. CRJ 701 ER. So we got a long way to go this evening. Check out the new lighting. I can't wait for RDU to upgrade their lighting. Look at how clean and crisp that looks. Single barrel, and welcome to economy class. Thank you so much for the membership. Absolutely. If you guys would like to join the memberships, keep us on the move, feel free to. The memberships are really what keep this show on the move. So thank you guys who are the members. You guys are absolutely amazing. Happily ever after, good evening as well. Got another CRJ departure. So we're going to see how evening time goes here in Charlotte. Again, we've not done a full nighttime show. I think we've gotten to about right here in lighting as far as it goes in Charlotte before we've left for the evening. So we'll see how nighttime plane spotting works here in Charlotte. So again, thank you guys for joining the memberships. Thank you guys for subscribing and liking. Hopefully you guys have all liked today's show. Glad I could be out here for all of you. Some of you have, we talk about Charlotte. You know, it's American. There's a lot of it, but there's a lot of action here. So that's why we come out here. Again, we'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming next week. We're going to do the Thanksgiving special next week on Thursday. That'll be an early morning show around 10 a.m. Going to stay till 12, 1 o'clock, somewhere around in there. Dinner time's at 3, so we got to make sure we're home in time for dinner. Yeah, these lights here are fantastic. Now, that ERJ you guys are looking at right there, I can't see that with the naked eye. That's how dark it is out here already. So we'll make some quick adjustments here to lighting on the camera. There we go. Make it look a little bit more realistic. Try to get rid of some of that noise. American departing over there behind us. I was hoping for that Amazon 767 departure, but we missed its arrival. It looks like it's trying to leave, but it's not. It keeps flipping. If you guys are following along on flight radar, it keeps flipping back and forth. Oops. So another interesting thing about Charlotte, there you go. This is coming down the road. they've got lights all throughout the exterior of the building. See, now you can see inside the terminal now that it's dark. Got a lot of rocking chairs. I have an audience. I've probably had an audience, or I know I've had an audience the entire show, but now I can see them, and that makes me nervous. I could stand up here and talk to you guys all day long until I get people standing here watching me. But those run all the way down the full length there. This Delta 737 came in from Salt Lake City, getting ready to head back out. Looked like a pretty full flight. Oh, we've got emergency vehicles. A emergency vehicle. I did see an ambulance over there a little bit ago. We did miss it. We're starting to line up with departures again. Looks like quite a few ERJs once again. It's going to be hard for me to find them, I think. Fix that back in just a minute. As far as the inside goes, I have no idea. I've never been inside the airport. As far as in the terminal and trying to navigate inside, I really don't know how difficult it is on the inside. Outside, you really don't have any issues on the outside. It doesn't seem like a couple straight up turns. It drives around. It's got a loop. Hey, our first Delta CRJ. You know, as far as inside goes, yes. RDU is just one long building. It's easier to walk through, get to your gates. Easy to navigate inside. Outside, I see people get lost all the time. At RDU, there's a lot of a lot of turns into the loop area that people get confused on. And trying to figure out which is Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. Here you drive in and you go to one central thing for the entire airport. get any kind of engine glow, right there is going to be the shot to see it. So we got a pair of 777s in front of us. This one here coming in from Columbus, Ohio, CRJ 900LR. This one, PSA Airlines. Delta lined up, ready to go. Headed back to Salt Lake City, Delta 2070. 737 900 ER. So parking, especially for hourly, is more expensive here. There's that engine glow right there. Check it out. There we go, our first engine glow of the evening. Got that CRJ coming at us. So parking is way more expensive here. It's like $12, $10 more here than an RDU. So it's a lot more expensive for us to come here than it is for us to be at home in RDU. Here we go, something else interesting. The moon. Yeah, I can definitely, like I said, I can definitely say parking is cheaper between RDU and everything else. I have no idea, but parking is definitely cheaper at RDU. $21 a day versus what, $32 a day here. As far as the parking areas that I use, I don't know about all the rest of it, but the parking areas that we use to do the shows, that's the difference between the two. That one behind the CRJ there, that one coming in from Cancun, American Airlines 792. Seven on A8 leaves in 30, and the one on A4 leaves in 45. Thank you, Jordan, for the update. Perfect. So we'll have 2 777 departures a little later. Again, we're trying to stay for the Lufthansa A350 departure around 6:50. Again, you know, now that it's almost fully dark, we're seeing what we can actually do out here in Charlotte. Again, big difference between Charlotte and RDU. Seems like this is a lot more wide open here. We've got an American getting ready to get a move on here down in front of us. It's like a 737. Give me 1 second, I gotta grab a battery for our cell phone. Hold on. Thank you, Brian, for the update. 224 likes. Thank you guys so much for smashing the like button here today. Got a lot more going on. It's just really, really hard for me to see what's going on. Does United finally get a move on? There we go. United headed down to the end of the runway. So United looked like it sat for a long time. They sat idle for a few minutes. They're getting ready to head to Chicago. That's 737-700. Chicago. sitting so long. Maybe we'll have more of that engine glow. Let's see. 'Cause they did sit for quite a while. Nope, surprisingly not too much. Looks like possibly maybe a little bit, but not too much out of that 737. Getting that one off to Chicago. We've got American Airlines 2883 headed down to the end of the runway now, headed off to Indianapolis. There's a UPS that just popped up on Flight Radar. I don't know if that's getting ready to go out of here or not. Don't know if this is the one we're looking for. Really hard for me to navigate at night. Hard for me to see all the way down through there. There it is, right there. No, that's not it. Got a 737 is what we're... Oh yeah, way down here. I'm way off. There we go. I gotta remember the two lights hanging out over there are our point. Again, this one off to Indianapolis is 737-800. This is the one that was starting up just below us here a moment ago, I believe. Got another American down at the other end, of course, American 3306 off to Cincinnati. That's going to be an A320. We saw that one a moment ago. Got to remember, down by the lights. There it is. It's A320 off to Cincinnati. We're going to get our 777s out of here before too long. Southwest from Denver, Southwest 208, about to touchdown. That one will be here on gate A24 here in a few minutes as they get ready to touch down here. Have a nice close-up of them. Hopefully the pilots will have the lights on inside. Jason, good evening. Doing all right. Hanging out in Charlotte. On into the evening. It feels a lot later than it is. Not even 6 o'clock yet, is it? Nope. So with that said, we've got about an hour left in the day. Again, we're going to stay for that Lufthansa departure. 6:50 departure. our Southwest over there from Denver, headed this way. 737-800. Give you guys a little bit of an update on where we stand. Hold on. On our subscriber count, 684. 16 away from reaching 7,700. Contour Airlines on the move, headed to Beckley. Another ERJ 145. So Robbie, we're going to be on for about an hour or so. Got about an hour left in the show. And then of course we'll be back tomorrow. I was thinking about pushing tomorrow's start time up a little bit. Maybe pushing that up to about 10 a.m. Be in the same location given the wind direction for tomorrow. Again, not sure, but I was thinking about rescheduling the show for about 10 a.m. tomorrow. Then again, remember, next week we return to semi-normal operations back at home. Thanksgiving Day. Be out there for a few hours Thanksgiving morning. I don't expect it to be busy, but we want to hang out with you guys a little bit in the morning before everybody enjoys their Thanksgiving. That was a loud departure. I was in the A321. It sounded a lot louder than an A321. So we're waiting on some 777s to push back, and again we're waiting on Lufthansa. Its scheduled departure time 6:50, so we'll see what happens there. Josh, gotcha. Yeah, Robbie, I'll be out here back at home Thursday morning. Southwest's arrival. We've got a banana on the move, Spirit Airlines. They're A320, A321, I think. This Spirit Airlines headed back to Fort Lauderdale. That's an A321 Neo. So they'll head back to Fort Lauderdale. This American right here finally on the move. So we got American Airlines 1478 coming in from Houston. Let's see now that it is completely dark how we're looking on arrivals. Over a mile away, you're going to have all these lights in the way. Not a bad shot for, like I said, being about a mile away, give or take. Neither one of our 777s in front of us have started to move yet. We're starting to get a line up down there. Spirit Airlines went over to the other side. They're going over to, again, they're going to Fort Lauderdale, so they're going to 36 right. Say the lighting is not too terrible for what we need here in Charlotte. Especially if they're operating on these operations here. There's our next departure. American 2710 off to Nashville, Tennessee. flip that to no flash. So 737-800 off to Nashville, Tennessee. About a 47-minute flight or so. Couple more headed down for their departure. Next departure is going to be off to Phoenix, American Airlines 2072. It's going to be this A321 right here, off to Phoenix. Don't tell me that, David. Again, I'm not a stick and ball sports kind of guy, but I am a Duke fan. Especially when it comes to that rivalry there. I forgot they were playing tonight. Go a little bit of engine glow out of this A321. If the wing lights were off, you'd be able to see that engine glow way more. But all right, next departure off to Seattle, American Airlines 1559 off to Seattle, Washington. Another A321. Thank you, Jay. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow. That one's bright. Look at that. Look at that. Well, you can be able to see that engine glow for a long ways away. Next arrival, American 898. Nugent, good evening, good morning. Yeah, car cigarette lighter. Absolutely. Got PSA off to Pensacola. Another ERJ. Nope, this one a CRJ 900. Harder to see the little ones at night. Oh, that one's gonna make a right-hand turn instead of making a left. Tristan, good evening. No ident lights or anything on this one. Got a Contour Airlines up next for departure. Again, we're waiting on 777s as well as the Lufthansa A350. That'll be the last plane of the evening. Then I gotta go to run an errand. I'm not even at home and I gotta go run errands. Alright, Contour Airlines off to Paducah. We're gonna go with that. This one is an ERJ. arrival off in the distance. That is coming in from New Orleans. American Airlines at 31:41. An hour 25 minutes for the A321neo. And 40 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button today. Maybe we change tomorrow's like goal to 250. I think we may start early. Again, it's scheduled for 12 p.m., but we may start earlier than that. May go to 10. United action here. Frontier looks like they're getting ready to head to Miami. Ferndale, the Pygmy Owl. I believe Ferndale's the one I flew out of Orlando last year, if I remember correctly. Parrish and Daisy, the other ones that we flew. I think I flew this one too. Parrish and Daisy I flew home, I think. So Frontier will be around the corner here shortly, headed back to Miami. Next departure is going to be PSA. They're headed to Charleston. It's going to be another ERJ, or it's a CRJ this time. Oh, is that Charleston, West Virginia? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Headed up to Dulles. Dulles is always fun. I enjoy going up there. Nice, Tristan. All right, here comes our one to Charleston, West Virginia. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to do it by train. I think it'd be fun to go by train. We talked about that one time before, going by train. Oh, here we go. They're going to start to line up out there. It is a lot of CRJs and ERJs, once again, all out there for departure. Again, we're waiting on the bigger stuff. Trying to see if we can get Lufthansa or the 777s over here. Again, we've got scheduled departure for Lufthansa is 6:50. So that'll be our last departure, and then I've got to make a quick run. Ow. Next departure, though, is going to be an American Airlines 2623 off to Columbus, Ohio. It is going to be an A319. It's hiding amongst all the ERs down there. Again, this one off to Columbus. Engine glow out of the A319. Definitely saw it out of that A321 earlier. Speaking of 777s, there's one touching down over behind us. American 735 from London. 777-200ER. Coming in from London. I wonder if we'll get that 777-300 over here on this side, or if it leaves over on 36 right. Gonna rapid fire the ERJs out of here. We've already had one. The next one off to Charlottesville. ERJ E145. Do we have? Looks like we. Hold on. No, I guess we don't. It looks like we have some landing center, but we don't. There goes Ferndale, the pygmy owl. This one here off to Los Angeles, American Airlines 29 at 53 off to LAX. This is A321. A321's glowing. So the A321's been our best bet tonight for the engine glow. Been absolutely perfect. No movement out of either one of these 777s here in front of us. Still two of them sitting here. We got Frontier touching down over on the other side. That's going to be Hamburg, the California Condor. Coming in from Cleveland, Ohio. A321 Neo. One hour, 10 minutes of flight time for this one. American 370 from San Jose. 3 hours of 44 minutes. Camera does not like that distance now that it's completely dark. 737-800 making that flight. Oh, we got some 777 movements. Two of them over on the other side. Let's find out where they're headed. That one's coming in from London. Got the 777-300 on the move. Headed back to London. Find out where they're going here in just a minute. Fingers crossed it's over here. Alright, it's 777 time. We got one pushing back right here in front of us. It's time to get these triples out of here. This one right here, off to Munich. So again, this one to Munich. We've got the 777-300 off to London. Hopefully that 300 makes its way over here. I've never seen the 777-300 for American in person. Got American 1849 off to Portland. Another A321. Maybe we'll get some more of that engine glow. Yes, we will. Boy, the A321s are glowing red hot this evening. Yeah, it's bright. The A321, they're the only ones I've seen it out of, though. I saw a little out of that one to Salt Lake City, but... Next departure off to St. Louis at American Airlines 2937, going to be a 737-800. Let's see if the 737s are giving us any glow tonight. Yeah, Matthew, we'll be on Thanksgiving morning around 10 a.m. Be down at the observation deck Thanksgiving morning for a couple of hours. No glow out of the 737s. That 777-300ER on its way this way. So, there's our 777-300. Next departure, American 1140 off to Santa Ana. It's going to be an A321. There you can see it out there. Just above the 777-300. Oh yeah, we've seen Flagship Valor a ton. Between here and Charlotte, or between here and RDU, we've seen Flagship Valor quite a bit, in fact. We've seen all of America's retro liveries. Absolutely fantastic. I think we've actually seen all of American's liveries in general. I do love their retro jets. We saw Piedmont this morning. Saw US Airways a little while ago on the show. no glow from this one. Alright, that 777-300 making its way out, or 777-200 off to Munich, I believe. Yes, this one off to Munich. Enjoy the 777-300 and those big GEs. Tiny amount of engine glow out of the GEs. The 777-300 off to London. Got a few more minutes here as we await and see if Lufthansa is going to leave on time. Again, Lufthansa going to be our last departure of the evening. It's starting to get busy here. Again, looks like we might have somebody coming in on center. Possibly. Oh, I don't know why they look like that. Oh, they're coming in over on the right. So, our other 777, the one headed back to Munich, the 777-200, heading out and ready for their departure. flight radar, there it is, okay. On flight radar, it doesn't look like it's gonna land center. Got our departure here. This one off to Chicago. A321-200. Not too much engine glow out of that one. Alright, our one coming center, American Airlines 3253, coming in from Nassau. 1 hour 46 minutes of flight time for the 737. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I was gonna say that's the only one I haven't seen of their special liveries, but I've seen all the rest. Hopefully one day we'll be able to catch that 777. On the other side is absolutely massive, isn't it? If you guys are following along on flight radar, there are a ton of planes hanging out over on the other side. Waiting for departure. I can't find that. I can't see it. Even on camera, I can't see it. There it is. It must have moved just enough. I think that's it right there. Yeah, there it is. There's our 777. So our next departure is going to be American Airlines 2464. This one off to Sacramento, California. The A321. The 777 sitting out there letting these two go. There's another one just behind this one. Yeah, we're up on the parking garage this evening. Again, I think we're going to push back or bring forward the start time for tomorrow. I think we may start around 10 a.m. We're supposed to start at 12, but maybe we'll start a couple hours early, like a normal Sunday. Since we're already down here, staying like a mile from the airport. Not even. More like a half mile from the airport this evening. Nice and bright. It's not often we get to see the engine glow like that. We don't see it too much at RDU. Next departure already on the move. That is American at 2297 off to Houston. Another A321-200. See if this one glows like the last one. Very little out of that one. Hey, Carolina Claus. Good evening. Long time no see. There's our 777 off to Munich. That 777-200. There's two of them down there now. One to Munich, one to Miami. Got another departure rolling off here. American at 1657 off to San Antonio, Texas. It looks like we're going to have back-to-back 777 departures. This one an A320. I don't know if they will or not. I imagine once they start getting more of them, they will. But as of right now, I don't think so. Time, I think. They moved out to the runway. There they are, both of our 777s. Not going to go back to back. Looks like the other one's going to let a couple of ERJs in between them. This one again headed off to Munich. It's 777-200. Oh, you're doing the Christmas parade this year. Nice. I know it's that time of year, ain't it? After Thursday, 100% of the focus will be on Christmas at that point. Still nothing from Lufthansa. Seen the 600 here. I'm sure somebody has, but I haven't. I don't come down here often enough. Trent's giving off a little bit of a glow. Not too much for the Trents. Got another one pushing back here. This one off to Frankfurt. American Airlines 704 off to Frankfurt. That's this one right here in front of us. This one came in from Miami earlier this afternoon. So this 777-200 will make its way to Frankfurt. Again, it came in from Miami. The other one, the one that we're watching at the end of the runway, that one's headed to Miami for about an hour and a half long flight there on the triple. Dulles will be a good place to see them, but I don't know if they're flying right now or not to Dulles. I know Lufthansa is using the 747-8 and the A380 currently. So our 777 sitting there waiting. Again, that one headed back to Miami. Again, we're waiting for Lufthansa. Still no movement out of them. Got one coming in from Orlando. This one at landing center. That's what everybody's waiting on. A321 coming in just an hour and 15 minutes. From Orlando. Got a Mad Max starting up here below us at Southwest, being a Max 8. There is our 777 off to Miami. So I think we'll do another 5-hour show tomorrow. I think we'll start at 10, end around 3, because I've got an errand to run, and I'm not going to run it tonight. I want to run it tomorrow. That way I'm not stuck in Charlotte. super late. The place I need to go closes at 6 tomorrow. So I think I'm going to run that errand tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to end around 3 o'clock tomorrow. Going to start at 10 a.m. So we're going to hang out here until Lufthansa's departure. As our 777 gets out of here and heads to Miami. Does this 777 have any engine glow? Very faint out of the back of those Trents. We need another A321. We've got an A319 coming up here in just a moment for departure. We've got another 777 on the move. V Dubbin, good evening. There's our 777 off to Frankfurt, Germany. Again, we're still waiting that A350 Lufty. Still no sign of it yet. Another arrival for center coming in from St. Thomas. A319 making a 3-hour, 24-minute flight. Mad Max for Southwest on the move. Got American Airlines at 12:97 off to Detroit. Another A319. This one here off to Las Vegas. American Airlines 1916 A321 Neo. 777. Again, this one headed off to Frankfurt. We've got a Delta down at the end of the runway. Still nothing out of Lufthansa. American 1920 off to Ontario. The A321. There we go. That glow. It's been only the A321s too to glow out like that. We've got Delta down there. I don't know if they're going to go next. It's Republic Airways. They're headed to LaGuardia. It's going to be an E175 down there. That 777 down there as well. Triple. Don't have anything coming in center, so they're just sitting out here waiting for a time slot. So flight radar says that that's an E175 LR, but that looks like a CRJ to me. Is it? Definitely a CRJ. There we go. 777 back to Frankfurt. Five subscribers away from reaching 6,700. So if there's 5 of you that haven't subscribed, 5 away from reaching 6,500. Or 6,700, sorry. Alright, the 777-200. Next departure, American Airlines 1550 off to Charlotte. Off to Tampa, this A321. And 61 likes. Thank you guys for smashing the like button. American 3869 off to Dallas Lewis Field. 737 at max 8. American 1461 off to Newark, 737-800. Up next. Got American 1043 off to Sarasota, an A319. These departures can keep right on coming, in my opinion. I'm enjoying shooting the departures. Arrival's a little hard to see it over a mile away, or a little over a mile away. So Benjamin, this is a fairly large hub for American Airlines. So that's why you see predominantly 98% American Airlines down here. We come here not for the variety, obviously. We come down here for the action. How many departures have we had in the last 10, 30 minutes or so? 3 of which have been 777s, 4 of which, 3. No, 4. We had that 777-300, Munich, Frankfurt, and Miami, all 777 departures. Charlotte, one of American's biggest hubs. So that's why, again, it consists 98% of American Airlines. And like I said, we come here for the movement, not necessarily the variety. We talked about this earlier. We choose RDU for all of the variety. We come down here for all of the action. Even Dulles has a mixture of both, but sometimes it's inconsistent. Like the movements are slow in between. Like talk about hashtag hub life. You get long drawn out periods in between some flights. But Dulles definitely has a way better variety. Again, that one might be our next move sometime toward the new year. Probably after the new year. All right, so again, we're waiting on Lufthansa. And there she is, finally. Only 40 minutes late. Not 40 minutes, 30 minutes late. So Lufthansa is sitting on about 30 minutes late. That's going to be our last departure of the evening. So Lufthansa is going to go back to Munich. Hopefully, we'll find out in a minute, but hopefully Lufthansa will make its way over here, depart center, and then we'll be done until tomorrow. We're going to push up tomorrow's show to 10 a.m. Again, I will be out of here by 3 p.m. tomorrow. Doesn't matter what's going on. I have an errand to run tomorrow. I don't feel like doing it tonight. It's been a long day. I've been up since 4 o'clock this morning. So, got an errand to run tomorrow before I head home. Do a little Christmas shopping, shall we say. So, and the place I need to go is only open until 6. As stupid as that is, they're only open until 6. Second largest hub after Dallas. So again, not too much longer here. Fingers crossed. They are on the move. They're at 6 knots. Fingers crossed. They're headed this way. American Airlines 2119. That's the one we're looking at right there. That A321 at 231 off to San Diego, California. It's again 5 subscribers away from reaching 6,700. Hopefully tomorrow we can be at 6,750, and then we can reach our goal of 6,800 on Thanksgiving. The 231s are definitely the ones giving off the most glow tonight. Saw a little bit out of the Trent on those 777s. Even the GEs gave off a little bit of engine glow. But boy, these A321 231s really lighten it up. All right, Lufthansa, which way are you going to go? Tell me you're going to go right. Tell me you're coming this way. Let's see. I believe it is. Let's check the numbers on the gates. I don't know if that matters. No, it doesn't matter. I think this is possibly B. You've got the 2 new ones off to our right. I really don't know that much about Charlotte, but here's the 2 new ones. Like, I don't know anything about the concourses or the I need to get a map. But there's the 2 new terminals. Alright, so we should see that Lufthansa any minute. If she made that right turn. I gotta look. Oh, she did. Lufthansa coming up next. This one here, yeah, I think it might be Terminal B. Of course, A, I can't remember how these are labeled out there. A lot of them, again, tons of American Lufthansa. Where you at? Getting ready to pop out right there. That beautiful A350. Getting ready to head back to Munich. Again, that will be our last plane of the evening. There's a bunch of ERJs following the A350 out. I've seen a lot of them today. Let's get our A350 moving. Thank you, Timothy. Have a wonderful evening yourself. Again, we'll be back tomorrow morning. Same place, around 10 a.m. I gotta change the start time here to the show as soon as I end this one. You'll be redirected over to tomorrow's show, so if you want to go ahead and smash the like button over there, let's go ahead and get those likes started on tomorrow's show. Yeah, I'm ready for the Dreamliner, the Etihad. Etihad, one of my favorite liveries. I always enjoy seeing that one when we go up to Dulles. I would have loved to have seen their A380s. We got a 777 landing center. Got a 777 from Dallas. So a nice way to end the day of plane spotting with a 777 and that A350. So this is American Airlines 9797. This one, again, from Dallas, Fort Worth. Good way to end. A couple of heavies. Have a wonderful evening, Lynn. Very late for you there in the UK. All right, here we go. Last departure of the evening. So we get that 777 from Dallas coming off the runway, Lufthansa, off to Munich. Man, it's only 7:30. It feels so late. All right, enjoy the A350, you guys. Swing you around there for one last look at the beautiful downtown Charlotte skyline, the Queen City. Hope you guys have enjoyed today's show. Greatly appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for the massive amount of gifted memberships today. Congratulations to everyone who was gifted a membership today. You guys are amazing. Hope you guys enjoy those memberships. We will see you guys tomorrow back here at 10 a.m. You're getting ready to be sent over to tomorrow's show. So if you guys would go ahead and leave a like over there, we'll see you in the morning. Good night, everybody.